As a court, please, my lord, we sorry for the late start. One of the accused number 4, was brought late from the correctional facility.
Yes. Still under oath, sir.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I just have 2 entries to refer the witness to. It's Exhibit UU1, which is the cell register for Foslorus Court for the 19th of June. The witness has already testified, my lord, regarding the occurrences of the 19th of June.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Sir, you remember yesterday you testified about your interaction with accused number 2 at Foslorus Magistrate Court.
Magistrate Court.
Okay.
That's correct, my lord.
You said what was the when did you leave Foslorus Magistrate Court?
Magistrate Court.
When our shift ended, my lord.
I mean the time.
She's current.
2 o'clock, my lord.
2 o'clock. Okay. Because according to this entry, for the 19th of June, my lord, it's entry or a serial number 271. The name is Ntanzi Bongani, and the offense is dealing in drugs. The case number is 534/6/20 from Pretoria North. Date of release 19 June, and the time of release is 13:30. Reason for release: not enrolled. Remarks under paragraph 16, released. Do you understand what I'm trying to read from this entry? It's that accused number 2 was released at 13:30.
Umsolo sibili ke ukhulule ngesikhathi lesika 1:30 emini umhla 19 kuJune.
Yes, my lord.
But you are saying at 2 o'clock when you left, you were still giving a backup for accused number 2.
Athi uma nisuka ke lapho benisas siza umsolo sibili ukuthi nimnike i-backup.
My lord, I mentioned that we were in the parking. The suspect went inside the magistrate court with Sergeant Mukhani. He was not accompanied by us. We were in the parking waiting until 2 o'clock to disperse.
When you left, you don't know where the accused number 2 was?
No, my lord. He went inside the magistrate's court.
Because umsolo wangena Sergeant Mukhani thina samlinda le ngaphandle ubaze baphume.
And then from that entry when accused number 2 was released at 13:30, he is booked again midnight at 00:40 at Phukeng Police Station. My lord, if I can just read the entry proper, it's Exhibit PP in brackets 1. Date 20 June. Thank you. I'll read it for the record. It's the occurrence book, my lord, for the Phukeng Police Station on the date of 20 June 22 as per serial number 713, time 00:40. Suspect detained, Sergeant Mukhani of National Cold Case Investigation, detained cell 2940620, Bongani Ntanzi on Pukeng, case 1180620, possession of live ammunition, notice of rights as per SAP 14, number 80947284, read and explained to the accused and understood and detained with no injuries. But the question that I want to ask you is that for the period from First Lawyers Court, which is 1330, up to this period, you said you did not provide any escort duties. Is that your evidence?
That's correct, my lord.
Ake uthi-ke wena kusukela ngo-1330 nisuka lapha e-First Lawyers uyofika lesi sikhathi sika-0040 kusho ukuthi 40 minutes emuva ka-12 wasebusuku anizange nimpheleze nimsize ukuthi nim-escort umsolwa ngaleso sikhathi wathi cha.
But when you left, was there an exchange of shift within the metropolis? Are there any other police, metropolis, who came to give the escort to the SAPS when you...
Kwaba nabanye yini amaphoyisa asemetro afika athatha umsebenzi kinina naseke ninake nishiya bona emsebenzini ukuthi baqhubeke nge-escort?
No, my lord.
Cha.
Thank you, my lord. Just one more on the members of members of your unit. In all these three occurrences, which is the 19th, is the 24th, and is the and the 5th of June, when you provided services to the SAPS. It was only you and your crew members in all these three occasions, am I correct? Or you were changing?
We were changing, my lord.
Okay.
Athi umhla 1924 nomhla 5 kuJune kwawinina kuphela yini enani phelezela abasola noma kukhona abanye ke nje ababe nabo babengena ke basizwa senza ukuthi cha hayi sasi shiyelana nabanye.
But you were not changed in all these three you attended? In all these three occasions?
My lord, it is different dates, so it's not consecutive dates. So other occurring dates, well, let me make an example, my lord. If I appeared on the 5th, if I was present on the 5th of June, on the 6th of June, it means there was someone else, my lord.
And I can't ezehlukile lezi anginike indlela engayichaza ngayo ukuthi uma ukuthi bengisebenza umhla 5 June usho ukuthi wela ngelanda la umhla 6 June usho ukuthi kwangemini.
Okay, let me just rephrase. Maybe you did not understand my question. You were a unit, am I correct?
That's correct.
Nani ithimba kunjalo athi yebo.
Of more than 4 members.
Labantu abangaphezulu kwabane.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Okay. But in these 3 occasions when you gave a backup to the SAPS, it was only you and your colleagues only, not any other members.
And usikulezi ikhathe entathu uma nizoqhasa abesiphoyisa sase-South Africa kusho ukuthi ke kwakuyinina ke nje ithemba lakho nje elali khona ngazo zonke lezi zikhathi.
It was members from our unit, my lord.
Hayi ababevela eqembini lami.
Okay. No. Thank you. Last one, my lord. You said your supervisor is still available, Mr. Singh. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord, but he was redeployed. He's at the equestrian unit.
Okay.
Athi hayi lo umkhuzi wami akasasebenzi nathi wasuswa lapho sisebenzela la kuthiwa equestrian unit.
Okay, can I ask you when you finish to give the details for Mr. Singh to the state advocate for Mr. Singh to be called? Thank you, my lord. I've got no further questions.
Examination.
As a court, please, my lord, we just want to make sure the court has got Exhibit UU1, the copy of the cell register from First Lawrence Court. We handed it up on Friday together with the other exhibits. It's the 2 pages that have been stapled together. I think it will be at that will be the last page of the bundle that relates to accused 2. Be the last page of exhibit MM. There's MM, then yes, MM, then MM1 in brackets. Then attached to that will be the register. So it's 2 pages stapled together.
I don't seem to have it. Just make a copy for me. Okay, please.
Thank you.
Make a note. Exhibit UU1, no?
Yes. Now, Constable Jonathan, it was put to you by counsel for accused number 1 and 2 that both accused aver that there was a form of assault, tubing, and that you were present during those occasions. And various occasions were put to you where you would have been present, like at or near a garage in Alberton, where it was said that you pushed your front seat towards the back where the accused was sitting and pressed him hard, and that Sergeant Mabena was putting a plastic bag over his head, and that thereafter you proceeded to an area which it was said is a dumping site with steel tanks where you stopped, and that you took accused number 2 out of the vehicle, uncuffed one of his hands, and handcuffed him to a steel pole, and it was also put to you that there was another occasion where a device was used to electrocute accused number 2 on his stomach, and that during the process of using that device, a plastic was taken from his head, and that he started bleeding from his nose. And thereafter, it was put that the party proceeded to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, and it was also put to you that from there they traveled to Orlando near disused ATMs, that you escorted them and the accused was poured with water, and it was during winter. Now, given all these allegations of assault, are you aware of the procedure that one must follow if they feel aggrieved, if they feel that their rights were violated, if they feel that they've been assaulted? Is there a process that a suspect must follow if there is such a complaint of assault?
My lord, the suspect would be able to open a case, my lord, of assault.
Kuthiwa lana umsolo oqala nosibili kuthiwa bashawa and kwesinye isikhathi ke bathathwa bayiswa nasegaraji la ngase-Alberton. Kuthiwa lapho ke wena waphusha isitulo wasiphushela emuva lapho kwafika wacindezela umsolo wakhona ngesitulo. Kuthiwa usergeant wathatha uplastic wawufaka phezu kwekhanda lakhe nasenisuka ke nendaweni yase la khona la kudapha khona izinto and la kukhona khona izinsimbi nafika nama kuthiwa wena wakhipha umsolo emotweni wasumbophela wakhipha oyeduza nkosi wasumbophela kulezo izinsimbi kuthiwa khona bona umshini wasetshenziswa ke ukuthi bawuthintisela esiswini sakhe. And kuthiwa futhi ke wathi makususwa uplastic ekhanda lakhe kwabonakala ukuthi wopha igazi ngamakhala. Kuthiwa nasuka ke naseniya Christian Baragwanas lapho naphinde nasuka naye Orlando la ufika khona lathola khona la kunama ATM khona angasasebenzi. Kuthiwa wena kwawuphelezela ngaleso sikhathi. Kuthiwa ke umsola uthi wathelwa ngamanzi abandayo kuyisebusuku. Manje ke kuko konke ke lokho wabuza ukuthi uyakwazi yini ukuthi uyazini ukuthi yipi indlela ukuthi umuntu akwazi ukufaka isikhalazo sakhe mayelana nokuthi ke amalungelo akhe awazange agcinwa ukuthi cha hayi angavuli icala.
And in fact, it was put to you that the accused was traumatized by this incident. Are you aware if such a charge was laid against you?
Umsola ke uthi wahlukumezeka ngaso lezo ikhathi. Uyazini ukuthi khona icala lokuhlukumezela afaka?
No, my lord.
Cha.
Did the accused perhaps file any complaint with your employers, Ekurhuleni Metro?
Khona isikhala asifaka umsola emetro emaphoyiseni?
Not that I'm aware of, my lord.
Cha nginalo lolu lwazi.
You mentioned that you were the first to arrive during cross-examination by counsel for accused number 1 and 2. You mentioned that you were the first to arrive at Moroka police station at about 6:30 in the morning.
Bekele ukuthi kwakho wena waqala wafika eMoroka police station ngo-6 ngapha 6 not yebo.
And more or less, when did Sergeant Mukhani arrive with accused number 2?
Sergeant Mukhani wafika ninike nomsolo wesibili.
Did they find you there, or what was the position?
Bakuthola lapho noma kokwenzekani?
I found him there, my lord.
Ngamthola lapho.
And was Sergeant Mukhani alone, or was he with someone else?
Sergeant Mukhani wayedwa yini noma nomunye umuntu?
At the vehicle he was alone, my lord.
Hayi emotweni wayedwa.
I'm not sure if he was alone on the day.
Angazi ukuthi wayedwa yini ngalelo langa.
Thank you, madam. Those are the only aspects we wanted to take up with you.
Sir, your experience as a police person is for how long?
Neminyaka engaki ke usebenzela isiphoyisa?
2 by tomorrow, my lord, it will be 9 years, my lord.
9 years.
athi kusasa kuzobe sekuphela iminyaka eyisishiyagalolunye.
Let me tell you what has happened with the police. After Steve Biko was murdered, right? The South African police introduced a method whereby police who were manning cells would fill in an OB, as you have been put to you, an occurrence register book. In the afternoon, when the sergeant comes, he asks everybody in the cell, any complaints? One person may say, they didn't give me food. One may say, Ratamokwating assaulted me. And somebody else may say, whatever. Are you aware of that practice?
Yes, my lord.
Right.
Ake ngike kwathuleleke nansi into eyake yenzeka. Kuthiwa ngesikhathi-ke emva kokuthi kushawe uSteve Biko, amaphoyisa-ke aletha le ndlela yokusebenza ukuthi amaphoyisa-ke ayethi uma kunabasolwa abasemaseleni kwakubhalwa lapha kule nto ekuthiwa i-OB, Occurrence Book, kusho ukuthi ila kubhalwa khona izinto ezenzeka. Manje la efika usayitsheni efika ntambama asifike azobuza abasolwa athi-ke kukhona yena onesikhalazo, omunye-ke angathi-ke hayi cha abasinika ukudla, omunye athi hayi uRatamkhwahle ngungishayile.
Right, and the other aspect of that police sergeant who is in charge of the cells, when he comes in, he writes down every complaint from each and every of the cellmates. Are you aware of it?
Yes, my lord.
Right.
Kuthiwa usayitsheni lapho uRatha ubhala zonke izikhalazo zabasolwa abangaphakathi. Wathi uyawazi lokho? Wathi yebo ngiyawazi.
And pertinently, if he sees, he physically inspects the inmates. That's why when a person is booked in, some of these entries, they say, booked in by Sergeant Mokhado without injuries. He just doesn't write without injuries. He inspects the inmate in the presence of Mokhano who is booking him in. And if there's an injury there, he's obliged to report it. Are you aware of that practice?
That's correct, my lord.
Athi-ke uma kuwukuthi-ke kukhona-ke ochazayo uma ezobhala lapha usayitsheni uyabhala ukuthi uma kulethwa abasolwa lapho bafakwe lapho bengalimele, and uma kuwukuthi kukhona-ke olimeleke kufanele kusho ukuthi no, uma ukuthi balethwe usayitsheni othize bavele bathi ukuthi lo sayitsheni ulethele abantu laba bengalimele. Wathi uyakwazi lokho? Athi yena.
In the morning, it's a new shift normally. A new sergeant or cell officer comes in. Each and every cell, he conducts what is called a parade. Do you know that?
That's correct, my lord.
Wathi-ke kuseni-ke uma kungena usayitsheni omusha ufanele-ke ahambe-ke ayohlola lokubizwa ngeparade kulo wonke amasela. Wathi yena.
He's got a register, OB, and he asked each and every inmate, during the time, assuming the last inspection was at 8 o'clock the previous night, during the time 8 o'clock up to today, now, do you have any complaints? Are you aware of that practice?
Yes, my lord. They also refer to it as a handing over, my lord.
Yes.
Wathi-ke ekuseni uma kungena omusha usayitsheni ufayithatha le OB incwadi le OB ahambe konke amasela. Athi-ke ukusukisela ngo-8 wayizolo uma kuwukuthi ibhalwe ngo-8 ngayizolo, athi kukhona yini oshintsho vele khona yini onesikhalazo, bafanele kube nempendulo lapho bese iyabhala phansi. Uthi uyakwazi lena? Athi yebo ngiyakwazi. Manje sekujwayele ukubizwa ngokuthi i-hand over.
If during that period Ratamokwating says, I'm sick, I was vomiting, the sergeant at arms there is obliged to make provision for medical attention. Are you aware of it?
Yes, my lord.
Athi uma kuwukuthi-ke uRatamkhwahle uthi lapho-ke ngiyagula futhi ke ngiyaphalaza ngiyahlanza kufanele ukuthi bakwazi ukumenzela indlela ukuthi athole usizo.
That okay. Yeah.
I'm done.
Okay. And that surgeon or officer has to annotate that complaint that I'm sick, I'm vomiting, arrange for an ambulance, arrange for the transportation of the inmate to a hospital. Do you know that?
Yes, my lord.
Athe lo sergeant lo kumethola ukuthi kukhona isikhalazo esikhona ufanele abhale phansi futhi ke esebhalile uchaza ukuthi khona le nto ufanele azame ukuthola iambulance athole into engathatha lo lesi sigulane isise esibhedlela athi yebo ngiyakwazi.
And there are standing orders. If an inmate has been assaulted, more especially if that inmate can say he was assaulted by policeman Ratam Kwatlin, the sergeant at the cells there has got to annotate that complaint, and he doesn't have to take that man to court or to hospital. He's going to call his superior to come and see that exigency. Kenya Pandai, do you know that?
Not in depth, my lord.
But have you heard about it?
No, my lord.
You have never heard of a policeman being charged for having assaulted an inmate in the cells?
I mean the process
Okay,
up to
yeah.
that extent, my lord.
Yeah, fine. I appreciate that. But have you ever heard of a policeman being charged
Yes, my lord.
of having assaulted an inmate in the cells?
Yes, my lord.
Yeah. Okay.
Uma ke kukhona umsolwa oshayiwe iphoyisa lelo kuthiwe ngishayile liphoyisa kuthiwa Ratam Kwatlin kufanele kubhalwe lapho ukuthi cha ushayiwe nangu uyakhalaza futhi ke lokho ke akuyiswe enkantolo iphoyisa lelo kufanele liphakamisele kobaphethe umkhuzi wabo achaza ukuthi hayi ngishayiwe wathi uyakwazi lokho athi akona angikaze ngikubone kodwa angikwazi.
Do you have any experience with the IPD?
With iPad, my lord.
iPad, yeah.
No, my lord.
You don't, okay. I'll leave it for Sergeant Mukhano, maybe he has.
Wathi wakathinta naye nalamaphoyisa wakasebenzisana namaphoyisa e-IPD usho ukuthi labaka abahlala okwenziwe izona ezenziwe ngamaphoyisa mhlambe amacala enziwe ngamaphoyisa athi yeah.
But regarding the fact that you are alleged and accused of having viciously assaulted accused number 1 and 2, I take it, when they were being escorted, and that you participated actually in the mass assault of both of them in the presence, they were assaulted in your presence by other inmates. There was Geninda, there was Raputi, and there was Mapumulo, there was Butelezi, yourself. Up to now, has IPID never investigated you? Or have they investigated you?
No, my lord.
Manje kuthiwa lana ke wena ke kuthiwa wena uke wafaka isandla ekushayeni abasolwa kubikwa no Gininda no Raputi no Maphumulo no Buthelezi. Manje ke abantu be-IT bayeke beze bazokuhlola lo wathi cha.
And you just answered Mr. Baloyi, and you maintain that no criminal charges of assault, GBH, attempted murder were preferred against you because, according to the evidence led as an assertion on behalf of the 2 accused, there's a suggestion that Rapudi actually asked, is he still alive? Meaning that a senior guy like him saying that it means somebody was so viciously assaulted that it was possible that Ehan Frek is going to die. Are you with me? Are you still alive? Is he still alive? And no charges have been preferred against you? Nothing?
None at all.
Manje kuthiwa khona la liphoyisa lo Raputi eliphezulu impela nje elake lafika labuza lo mbuzo uthi kanti lo muntu usaphila yini na? uthi ukuthi lo muntu lo ayishayo ngempela ukuthi aze ukuza lo mbuzo futhi nje akukho icala elavula athi cha.
Okay, any questions arising, Mr. Mngomezulu?
May I quickly approach accused number 2?
Okay, fine.
From the questions that are arising from the court, it's my instruction from accused number 2, the special accused number 2, to say, he said it in Zulu. I'll say it and interpret it to mean icala liboli. Crime does not prescribe. Do you know that?
Nje umsolo wesibili uPaul nakho owathi icala aliboli. Yakwazi lo.
Just say that again, my lord.
Icala aliboli, meaning he can open a criminal case at any given stage. Do you know that?
That's. Oh, I can confirm, my lord.
Athi hayi no uthi sengalivula icala ngoba akwenze ukuthi icala libone. Athi yebo.
Another question relating to the first question asked by the court. Have you detained a person or a suspect in any police office, police station?
Yes, I have, my lord.
Kwakwavalela isibosha police station nanomi iphathi yebo.
Have you gained access to the cells where the prisoners or the suspects are kept?
Okwafinya yini emaselini laba sola bebekwa khona begcinwa khona?
No, my lord.
Athi cha.
Have you ever, in your 9 years experience, interviewed any inmate that is already in prison or kept in custody?
Manje kule minyaka eyishagalolunye usesiphoyiseni wakwayo uyini wayokhulumisana nesibosha esiboshiwe singaphakathi?
No, my lord.
Athi cha.
All right. Have you, during the time of detaining a particular suspect, have you heard any complaint directed to the person in charge of the cells to say one of the inmates is complaining of being assaulted by a police officer or the person in charge of the cells? Have you ever heard about that?
Wakwakuzwa yini lapho kuthiwa khona isibosha sakhipha isikhalazo sathi sishaywe silinyeziwe? Wakwakuzwa yini lo?
No, my lord.
Cha.
And all this, the version that has been put by accused number 1 and number 2 against you in person in a plural form, your answer cannot be fair because those allegations are directed to you. This means if you were asked by my colleague in the court to say, have you assaulted them, we expected the answer no.
Sure.
Would you be in a position to say, yes, I did assault them?
Manje into esingazathi masibheka sibona ukuthi uma kuthiwa wena ubuzwa ukuthi umsola uthi wamhlukumeza wamshaya, impendulo vele ke singayilindela lapho ukuthi wena uthi cha. Kodwa ke uma kuukuthi ke kuyenzeka yini ukuthi wena usho, kungenzeka yini ukuthi usho ukuthi yebo kulombuzo njengalo?
Thank you. No further question.
Yes, Mr. Munisi.
My lord, I've got no question that I can answer.
Mr. Ngamalo.
Thank you, my lord, I have no questions.
Mr. Chololo.
Mr. Jonathan, have you ever been in charge of the cells wherein inmates are kept at the police station?
Ake waba nemsebenzi ukubheka isela abasola begcina khona police station.
No, my lord.
Cha.
Okay. Have you ever been involved in the registering and completion of the occurrence books at the police stations?
Wena waba banini nomsebenzi ukuthi ugcwalise i-occurrence book yase police station.
No, my lord.
Cha.
And in all your previous experience of 9 years, you have never worked in the CSC where the inmates are controlled if they are in custody of the SAPS.
Shudekile minyaka yakho akaze nje usenze nabasola uma ukuthi babhaliswe ngaphansi kwe-CSC.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
Even if there would have been any other complaints that are made at the CSC, you wouldn't know how they will be reported.
Shuduma kukhona nesikhalazo ebesingabe sifakwa lapha e-CSC ungeke wazi ukuthi sifakwa kanjani akunjani?
No, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Yeah, just that's a matter which this court can take judicial notoriety or judicial occurrence thereof. Of course, have you ever heard in South Africa that a prisoner was killed in the cells? Have you ever heard it?
Wakwezwa yini kuthiwa khona isiboshwa esabulawa emaseleni? Awukuzwa lokho?
Yes, my lord, I have.
Athi yebo ngake ngakuzwa.
Any questions, Ryan?
No question.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my lord.
You're excused.
As the court pleases, my lord, the state calls the next witness. The witnesses' names are Yule, Y-U-L, Yule. Y-U-L, Yule.
Yule, Raina.
Then the other name is Craig, C-R-A-I-G. Craig. And the surname is Lissering, is L-I-E-S-E-R-I-N-G. Lissering. The witness is going to testify in respect of Exhibit JJ.
Exhibit JJ.
Yes. He's not on the witness list, my lord.
Okay, fine. Yes, sir, the witness in.
Please say your names and your surname.
Yule Craig Lissering.
Do you have an objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you feel that the prescribed oath is binding on your conscience?
No.
If what you're going to say before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, please raise your hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
So son, my lord.
So is it correct that you are a constable in the service of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department?
That's correct, my
Athi
lord.
iqiniso yini ukuthi constable esiphoyiseni sasekuruleni wathi yebo?
Is it correct that you joined Ekurhuleni Metro on 1 January 2008?
That's correct, my
Iqiniso
lord.
yini ukuthi wajona ekuruleni ngalelo ngabalibekile wathi yebo?
Is it correct that at some point there was a unit in the Ekurhuleni Metro known as SWAT?
That is correct, my lord.
Bathi kwayiqiniso yini ngaphansi kwesiphoyisa sasekuruleni kwakukhona iqembu elalibizwa ngokuthi SWAT wathi yebo?
What did that acronym stand for?
special weapons and tactics.
Manje ke lena ke iswathi leli limele ukuthi special weapons and tactics.
Were you at some point attached to this unit, SWAT?
Manje wena wakalisebenzela
Yes, I
leli
was.
qembu othi yebo
For which period?
isikhathi singani siphi?
From 2008 November till the 30th of June 2022.
Athi ngaqala November 2008 ngaya ngomhla 30 kuJune 2022.
Does this unit still exist?
Leli qembu
No.
sakhona athi cha.
Yes, what happened to the unit?
It was disbanded on the 30th of June 2022.
Ayahlukanisa ke leli qembu ngomhla 30 kuJune 2022.
Now, on the 24th of June 2020, were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
Ngomhla 24 kuJune 2020 osesezini wathi yebo.
Do you know the previous witness, Constable Jonathan?
Yes.
Lo fakazi obekhona la usanda kuphuma kuthiwa uConstable Jonathan yamazi wathi yebo.
Is it correct that he is your colleague?
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi
correct.
sebenza ndawonye yathi yebo.
Can you tell the court in your own words what happened on the 24th of June 2020 regarding this matter?
Ngitshela inkantolo ngamakho amazwi ukuthi kwenzekani ke ngomhla 24 kuJune 2020.
On the 24th of June 2020, I was on duty. I started working at 10 o'clock
Ngomhla 24 kuJune 2020 ngangisemsebenzini ngaqala ngo10
in the morning,
wasekuseni
and my off-duty time was 10 o'clock in the evening. So I worked a 12-hour shift.
futhi ngasebenza ke ishift yamahora ayishumi ngoba ngangifale ngiqale ngo10 ekuseni ngize ngiyoshayisa ngo10 wasebusuku.
I was a crew on that motor vehicle, Bravo Zulu 35, Mike Charlie, Golf Papa. It's a white Audi.
Bravo
And-
Zulu 35
Mike Charlie, Golf Papa.
Golf Papa.
And Mr. Jonathan was the driver of the motor vehicle.
Manje ngihamba le moto kwaku BZ35 MC GP lapho ke Constable Jonathan wayemshayeli wale moto.
We were tasked to assist Sergeant Mohane in Pretoria at Moord SAPS.
Manje sasithola umsebenzi ukuthi siyasiza uSergeant Mukhane wasePretoria eMood SAPS.
We arrived approximately 1 o'clock in Pretoria at Moord SAPS.
Safika ngo-1 eMood SAPS.
On our arrival at Moord SAPS, we found Sergeant Mohane
Manje sathi masifika lapha eSAPS sathola ke uSergeant Mukhane.
in the car park.
Wayese la kwakhona imoto.
He informed us that we
Yes, he made a report to you.
Yes.
What happened?
Yes, he informed us that we will be assisting him to escort a suspect to Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Wasitshela ukuthi sizobe simsiza ngokuthi aphelezele umsola amise eBoksburg enkantolo kaMantshi.
As indicated, my lord, the state will be calling Sergeant Mukhan.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
After Sergeant Mohane have briefed us, he went inside the CSC to fetch the suspect.
Emva kokuthi asitshele uSergeant Mukhane ukuthi uzokwenzani wayesengena ngaphakathi eCSC eyolanda umsono.
He then returned after a few minutes to the car park where we were waiting.
Emva umzuzunyana waseyabuya kule esasipake khona imoto simlindile.
And he was walking with the accused that is in front of court, number 2.
Wayehamba yena umsolo lapha phambi kwenkantolo umsolo sibili.
The accused's hands was handcuffed in front,
Izandla ke zikamboshwa zazifakwe ozankosi zingaphambi komzimba.
Sergeant Mohane placed the suspect in his motor vehicle
Sergeant Mkhana waseke beka ke umsolwa emotweni yakhe.
and he informed us that he is ready to proceed to Boksburg Court.
Wasesitshela ukuthi uselungele ukuthi angathatha lolu hambo lukuya eBoksburg emahhovisini emanje.
We proceeded to Boksburg Court immediately.
Sasiyasuka ke silibangise eBoksburg.
And on our arrival at Boksburg,
Sathi uma sifika eBoksburg
we used the entrance where they normally take the suspects in, because there's a entrance at the back of Boksburg Court.
sabe sisebenzisa le ndawo engena khona iziboshwa engasemuva.
Sergeant Mohane took the suspect out of the vehicle,
Sergeant Mkhana wasekhipha umsolwa emotweni
and we escorted them inside the court, Boksburg Court.
manje ke sisibaphelezela ukuthi bayongena enkantolo yaseBoksburg.
We proceeded to room 2 at Boksburg Court.
Sasiyaqhubeka siya egumbini ekuthiwa uroom 2 laseBoksburg Court.
On our arrival at room 2, there was a white female.
Masifika lapho kulelo gumbi lelo room 2 kwekunomuntu wesifazane omhlophe.
Actually, as we were walking down the passage, she came down from the opposite direction.
Ushuthi yena sathi masehla ngepassage naye wayehla ngepassage.
And we met each other in the passage in front of room 2.
Sahlangana naye kulelo passage lelo phambi komnyango wase room 2.
I found out afterwards from Sergeant Mohane that it was the magistrate, Mrs. Cronier.
Ngezwe kamumva ngitshelwa umkhana ukuthi loyo ke kwakuyimanje uMrs Cronier.
And she asked us, is it necessary for us, why were we so many officers escorting the person that we brought to our office? And she also requested our appointment cards.
Wasibuza ukuthi kunesidingo yini sokuthi sibe baningi kangaka abaphelezela umsolwa. Sisibuza ke futhi ke nalamakhadi asetshenziswayo omazisi abasemsebenzini.
Myself and Constable Jonathan handed over our appointment cards to Sergeant Mohane.
Mina ke no Sergeant Jonathan samnika ke Sergeant Mohane amakhadi ethu.
And after we handed over our appointment certificates, we went outside.
Emva ukuthi ke simnike certificates zokuqasha sasiphumela ngaphandle.
But in the passage also, before we left, we also noticed a person in a suit.
Manje sathi siselapho saqaphela ukuthi kukhona indoda egqoke isuit.
And
where did you notice this person in a suit?
he was standing in front of the magistrate's office, in front of room number 2.
Manje saqaphela le ndoda ngoba ime phambi kwe-office lemantshi lelo gumbi lesibili.
And it was also made known to us by Sergeant Mohane that it was the attorney of
It's fine, Sergeant Mohane will testify about that, but do you personally know who that person was?
Wena wawazi yini ukuthi ubani loyo? Cha angimazi.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sorry,
Yeah, sorry, you may proceed.
Okay, after that, we left the court building and we went outside to the car park and waited.
Sase siphuma ke kuleso sakhiwo senkantolo saya ngaphandle siyolinda khona.
They were busy for about approximately a period of 3 hours.
Hayi babe matasa ke lapho ngaphakathi isikhathi singalinganisa amahora amathathu.
And after that, we were called round about 6 o'clock by Sergeant Mohane
emva kwalokho-ke sasesibizwa uSergeant Mngomezulu isikhathi kwakuyikhathi zo-6
and he informed us that he is ready to leave, we must come and assist.
wayesesichazela ukuthi uselungele ukuthi angahamba sesingeza sizomsiza.
We went inside and escort Sergeant Mngomezulu and the suspect to the motor vehicles that was parked at the back entrance.
Sasingena ngaphakathi sizopheleza uSergeant Mngomezulu nomsolwa simisa kulezi moto ezazipakwe ngemuva.
And then Sergeant Mngomezulu placed the suspect in the same vehicle that they transported him to Boksburg Magistrate's Court.
Manje uSergeant Mngomezulu wayesefaka umsolwa kule moto ababeyisebenzisa uma iletha umsolwa eBoksburg Court.
Once the suspect was secured in the motor vehicle, we then proceeded to Muzi SAPS in Pretoria.
Awutheke segcinwe kahle emotweni umsolwa sasihamba siya ePretoria eMuzi police station.
On arrival at Muzi SAPS, Sergeant Mngomezulu took the suspect out of the vehicle and booked him back at the CSC.
Sesifikile ke moto uSergeant Mngomezulu wayemkhipha umsolwa emotweni wayesembhalisa ngaphakathi eCSC.
When he was done with it, he came back and he thanked us for assisting him.
Esekwenzileke lokho waphumela ngaphandle weza wazosibonga.
And we all dispersed from Muzi SAPS.
Saseke siyahamba suka ke lapho siyahamba eMuzi SAPS.
Now, you mentioned that you handed your appointment certificate to Sergeant Mngomezulu. Do you know what the purpose thereof was?
He made a photocopy because the magistrate requested photocopies of our appointment certificates.
Manje uthe wena benifanele uSergeant Mngomezulu certificate zenu zokuqashwa yebo ukuthi bayifuna ukuthi bayokwenza amakhophi alezo certificate bese zinikwa emanjini.
I just want to show you an attachment which was marked B to Exhibit JJ. Can you just identify the document?
This is my appointment certificate, my lord.
Hayi lokho ke sona certificate sami sokuqala.
Now, did you notice any injuries on this suspect that you identified as accused number 2?
No, I didn't notice any visible injuries.
Ekubhekeni umsolwa wesibili wabona yini lapho ayelimele khona athi cha ngizange ngibone elimele ndawo.
Thank you, my lord, for this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mngomezulu.
Mr. Lissaren, in relation to your evidence in court, you said upon your arrival at Boksburg Court, is it your evidence that you found the magistrate at that court? Or the magistrate found you in that court? What is your evidence?
First, bakho-ke uthe namthola imantshi leyo enkantolo noma imantshi yathola nina enkantolo.
We found the magistrate in the passage on our way to our office.
Athi sahlangana nemantshi passagini sendleleni yokuya ehhovisi yakhe.
The evidence of the magistrate to testify was that when she arrived from Phosphorus, as she was requested by her senior magistrate, Mrs. Pretorius, Mrs. Duplessis, upon her arrival at Boksburg Court, on the passage, she saw heavily armed Metro Police officers. That's her evidence. Do you agree that that evidence is contrary to what you are telling the court?
Manje ukuthi ke yena wasuke eFort Lawrence waye Boksburg ethunyelwe manager yakhe uMrs Duplessis wathi ke uma sefika lapha eBoksburg wahlangana nethimba lamaphoyisa elalihlome kakhulu.
As I've testified that when we walked down the passage, she was coming in the opposite direction.
Njengoba sengishilo ke sathi masehla ngepassage sahlangana naye ezathini.
So that means what the magistrate or Mrs. Cronje told the court that she found you in the passage was not true.
As a good please, Lord. I don't know whether it's competent for this witness to give an opinion on the evidence.
That Mrs. Cronje was the one who was speaking the truth. Are you with me, sir?
My Lord, may I rephrase it to say, let me get back to the question that I asked you. What you told the court now, as per the evidence that Mrs. Cronje told the court that she found you on the passage. That means upon her arrival, she found you on the passage. And your evidence, you say you saw Mrs. Cronje or the white lady on the passage. Do you agree that those two testimonies are not the same?
Yes, I know to Mrs. Cronje wathi wanithola nise-passage nani ke nithi nahlangana naye e-passage. Yabona ukuthi lezo zinto ezimbili ziyehluka.
That's your version, my lord. I was not here when Mrs. Cronje testified, so I cannot dispute or anything.
Ngingekho uMrs. Cronje letha ubufakazi angeke ngikwazi ukuphikisa ubufakazi bakhe.
When I heard your testimony, you said after you entered the building of the court, at the back of the court, then Sergeant Mokhano took the suspect and you followed and you entered the court building.
Ngithena uma nifika lapha ecourt nafika lapha ngemuva Sergeant Mokhano sethatha umsolo angena naye esakhiweni leso senkantolo.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Then you proceeded to room 2.
That's correct, my lord.
Room 2 athi yebo kunjalo.
What were you going to do at room 2?
Nani wenza ne room 2?
I did not have any idea what we're going to do there because I was just requested to escort Sergeant Mokhane.
Angakwazi ukuyokwenziwa lapha e-room 2 ngoba mina ngangiphelezele nje uSergeant Mokhane.
All right. Who informed you that you must go to room 2?
Bana uthi ne room 2.
Sergeant Mokhane lead us to room 2.
Sergeant Mokhane uyena wasiholela e-room 2.
Okay. Have you, on the passage, did you ever discuss or talk to the white lady whom you later known as the magistrate? Have you had a discussion with her? You personally?
Nakwazi uba nengxoxo nalo umuntu osifazana owagcina uthula ulwazi lokuthi uMagistrate Renier.
Yes, I did. When she requested my appointment certificate, then I asked her why does she request it, and she explained to me why does she need my appointment certificate.
Yeah,
and I complied with a request to hand over my appointment certificate.
No, sathi ukukhulumisana ngawo wasicela lo incwajana zokuqashwa kwethu saseke simbuza ukuthi uzidingelani wayesechaza ukuthi uzidingelani sesimnika lezo ncwajana.
There's evidence that you were heavily armed. I just want to know, were you in full uniform as well?
Yes, I was in full uniform.
Kuthiwa ngalelo langa yena nihlome kakhulu nanigqoke wonke yini i-uniform yasemsebenzini wathi yebo.
Were you in possession of firearms?
Yes, I was, my lord.
Naniphethe izikhali eziyizibhamu wathi yebo.
How many
2 firearms.
Uthi hayi ngangiphethe ibhamu ezimbili.
per person?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngamunye umuntu wathi yebo.
Was she ever, or did she ever remarked as to whether she was intimidated by your presence or not?
Waphawula yini ukuthi mhlambe khona ukuzizwela ukuthi uyethuswa ile ndlela enaningi ngayo?
I cannot comment on whether she commented if she was intimidated, but she just asked us why were we so heavily armed.
Angeke ngiphawule ukuthi yini indaba noma wayezizwa kunokumsabisa okukhona, kodwa ke mina ngikhumbulayo ukuthi wasibuza ukuthi yini indaba sihlome kangaka.
What was your response then? From the question, why are you so heavily armed?
Manje namphendulana thini?
Well, firearms is part of our uniform.
Indlela esigqoka ngayo sifanele sibe ngayo emsebenzini sifanele siphathe nekhaya.
Was it the answer given to her?
Iyona
Yes.
impendulo yaniwa yena wathi yebo.
All right. Did she ask the reason? Did she mention the reason why she wanted your appointment certificate?
Wangichazela yini ukuthi yini indaba edinga lezi ncwajana zami zokuqashwa?
She explained that she is the person that is going to interview the suspect, and therefore she needs our details because we are the ones that brought the suspect to Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Wangichaza ukuthi yena-ke uyena kwayokhuluma nomsolwa manje ayidinga imininingwane yethu njengabantu abalethe umsolwa eBoksburg Magistrate.
Your details means the appointment certificate of all the officers that were present at that time on that passage.
Manje umusho ukhuluma ngemininingwane usho ukuthi imininingwane yawo wonke lamaphoyisa ahlangana nawo esephasejini.
I can only comment on myself and not on the other officers that was in the passage.
Ngingaphawula ngami kuphela ngeke ngikwazi ukuphawulela laba abanye amaphoyisa.
All right. But you cannot tell the court as to why other officers did not give their particulars to the magistrate.
Manje awukwazi ukuchaza ukuthi yini indaba amanye amaphoyisa engakwazanga ukunika imininingwane yawo kule manje.
I cannot answer on their behalf. They are the ones that has to come and account for as to why they didn't comply with the instruction.
Angeke ngikwazi ubaphendula ibona abafanele bazosiphendula ukuthi yini indaba bengakwazanga ukwenza njengoba beyalelwa manje.
When you traveled to Pretoria Mort to escort Sergeant Mkhano and the suspect from Pretoria, how long did it take you to travel from Pretoria Mort to Boksburg Court?
Kwanthatha isikhathi engakanani-ke ukusuka eMort Pretoria ukuyofika eBoksburg?
More or
Well,
less.
it's a trip that is approximately about 45 minutes. It all depends also on the traffic.
Hayi usho ukuthi lolo hambo lungathatha amaminithi amashumi amane nanhlanu. Futhi-ke lokho futhi kuncike ekutheni izimoto zingakanani emgwaqweni.
All right. The man you saw also on the passage was wearing a suit. What color of the suit was it?
Manje le ndoda naye ithola igqoke isuti lapha ephasijini yayigqoke isuti enombala onjani?
It was a dark color suit. I cannot recall the exact. Remember that it was black. It's 3 years back.
Yayigqoke imbala engathi ihambelana nomnyama nobulu. Angisakhumbula ukuthi kahle kahle kwakuwumbala onjani.
So you can you tell the court what accused number 2 was wearing on the day?
Ngakwazi yini ukusho ukuthi umsolo wesibili wayigqokeni ngalelo langa?
I can recall that he was wearing a bluish type of jeans
Sakhumbula ukuthi ngathi wayigqoke ibhokati engathi blue, luhlaza besibhakabhaka.
and a long sleeve shirt
Athi wayegqoke nehembe elinomkhono
or
emide.
t-shirt.
Any jacket?
Ibhantshi lona?
I can't remember, but it can be possible that he was having, because it was June, it was cold.
Athi hayi angisakwazi ukukhumbula kodwa ngenzeka ukuthi waligqokile ngoba kwakuJune futhi kwakubanda.
Yes. That man with the suit, it was the first time to see him that day.
Kwakuqala yini ubona lo yando egqoke isuti ngalelo langa?
That is correct.
Kunjani?
The accused person was not the first time to see him that day, correct?
It was.
Ongena ukuqala embona unjalo?
It was my first time seeing the accused there.
Kwakuqala mina ngibona umsolo wesibili.
Okay. The evidence of Mr. Jonathan is to the effect that beside the version of the accused, the evidence of Mr. Jonathan is to the effect that he was with you when he was called for an escort to Moroka police station.
Ngoba uJonathan walethu ufakazi ukuthi wayenawe ngesikhathi nicela ukuthi nizophelezela nisuka esikhundleni samaphoyisa saseMoroka.
Please, my lord. We don't remember Constable Jonathan testifying to the defect. May I take a break, my lord? Can you take a break so that I can consult my notes?
Yeah, I also recall that evidence.
I'm sure that
You say Listerin was
Yes.
also at Moroka.
yes, he was in company of his crew member,
At
the
Moroka.
colored guy,
At Moroka police station.
to Moroka police station.
Okay. 15 minutes break.
Check our notes. beg me to rephrase my question. Rephrase my question.
Which question was that?
I put to the witness that he was with Jonathan
At Morocco.
at Morocco police station.
He was never there with him, eh?
I beg you,
Was he ever there with him?
may I just rephrase my question?
Okay.
So, on the 19th of June 2020, did you report on duty?
Mhla 19 kuJune 2020 wawusemsebenzini?
No, my lord, I was on leave on the 19th of June.
Cha, ngangingekho emsebenzini, ngangishaya ikhefu.
All right, thank you. So, you said for the first time you saw accused number 2 was on the 24th.
That is correct, my
Usho
lord.
waqala ubona umsala wesibili ngomhla 24 yebo kunjani?
Immediately after the alleged confession was made before Mrs. Cronje, you said you took the accused number 2 back to Pretoria ward.
Emva ukuthi
That is correct, my lord.
emva ukuthi ke kuvunye isono kuMoses Cronje umsolo wesibili njengoba kubekiwe. Uthe wamthatha umsolo wamisa ePretoria ward wathi yebo.
If accused number 2 were to tell the court that inside room 2, where the alleged confession was taken, he did not sign any document, you would disagree with that version?
Uzophikisana yini nokuthi umsolo athi umsolo wesibili athi hayi akho lutho alisayina lapha phakathi kwalelo gumbi lelo.
My lord, I cannot confirm that as I was not present in room 2.
Cha ngeke ngikwazi kuletha isiqiniseko salokho ngoba ngangingekho ngaphakathi kwalelo gumbi lesibili.
If he says he was taken to Germiston next to an industrial area where the assault continued, and that's when he was ordered to sign the papers, and it's my instruction that you were also present when he was forced to sign the documents.
Kuthiwa kwathathwa eseJemiston lapha afika phoqa khona ukuthi akasayinde kuthiwa nawe ukhona uthini ngalokho.
My lord, I can confirm that Mr. Mngomezulu's client is lying to him. He is not telling the truth. He was never taken to Germiston. He was taken straight to Moord SAPS from Boksburg. And I also cannot confirm that the papers were signed in a bush somewhere. I was not present when he signed any documents in a bush.
Hayi ngakuphawula nje ukuthi umsola kusho ukuthi uqamba amanga ngoba akazange asuse wayiswa endaweni yaseJemiston, wasuswa qondiswa endaweni yase Pretoria Moat, futhi ke akukho maphepha asayindwa emahlathini.
And the last part of the version is that at all times he was handcuffed from behind.
Futhi uthi ke ngaso sonke isikhathi wayefakwe uzankosi izandla zingemumva.
I can confirm that he was handcuffed in front when he was taken from Moord into the Mr. Mohane's car and then Escort also. So I cannot confirm inside room number 2 was he handcuffed or not.
So ngachaza ke nje ukuthi wayefakwe uzankosi izandla zingaphambili ethathwa yiswa emoto efakwe emotweni yiswa enkantolo, kodwa ke mase lapha ngaphakathi kwalelakho angeke ngikwazi ukuchaza ukuthi wayesafakiwe yini uzankosi noma cha.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mnisi.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions. Thank you.
No questions, Mr. Numanga. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Mtoto.
Thank you, my lord. Sir, you said in the passage it's just only you and Jonathan who complied with the request of the magistrate that you provide your appointment certificate.
Uthi lapha passage kwakuwena noJonathan abakwazi ukuthi bakhiphe lezi incwadi zokuqashwa ezazicelwa imanje
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjani?
How many were the members who refused to provide their appointment certificates?
Bangakayike abala ukukhipha izincwadi zabo zokuqashwa.
I cannot confirm that they refused to give the appointment certificate, but the number of members, including Sergeant Mohale, what them was 4.
Manje angikwazi ukuletha isiqiniseko sokuthi bala ukuzikhipha lezi ncwadi, kodwa ke ababe lapho sifaka ngaphakathi noSergeant Mohane babebani.
Okay, but Sergeant Mohane did provide his
Yes.
documents to the magistrate.
Correct.
I'm asking those who did not give their documents as per the request of the magistrate. How many members were
Manje ke
they?
labo bangakwazi ukuzikhipha lezo ncwadi njengoba becelwe manje babe bangaki?
If my mind serves me well, about 3, approximately 3, my lord.
Mangikhumbula kahle babe bathathu.
Okay. And from which unit were they coming from?
Babephuma kuliphi iqembu?
From the SWAT unit.
Babephuma ku SWAT unit.
Okay. What are their names?
Magama abo?
Constable Butelezi,
Constable Butelezi,
And who else?
Constable Mapumulo,
Constable Mapumo,
and Constable Monareng.
no Constable Munari.
Were they also armed like yourselves?
Na babehlome njengawo?
Correct?
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Did you see them any time after they had left the passage? They disappeared from the passage. Did you
Right.
see them any time later after that in the
Emva
magistrate
ukuthi
premises?
basiphume kulelo passage lapha waphinda wabona futhi.
Yes, my lord. When we were called to fetch the suspect and take him back to the vehicles and escort him to what SAPS.
Yebo, ngabona sesiphinde sabizwa ukuthi sizophelezela umsola simphindisela eMoto police station.
Or did they go with you to fetch the accused from the magistrate office?
Bahamba nani ukuthi niyolanda umsola emahhovisini ka-magistrate?
No, my lord. They stayed behind at the vehicles, and myself and Constable Jonathan went inside.
Cha basale emotweni mina no Constable Jonathan thina sangena ngaphakathi.
Okay, but their cars were still remained inside the magistrate court when the statement was taken.
Kodwa ke imoto zabo zazingaphakathi
From
emahlelweni
accused number
ka-magistrate court isikhathi istatement isithathu.
That's correct. The vehicles
Kunjani?
were stationary at the car park.
Imoto zazimile lapho ekhapho.
And they also remained there in their cars.
Nabo bahlala ke beyisemotweni.
Correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
Thank you, my lord. I've got no further question.
Any
None, thank you, my lord.
Yes. Sir, how long have you been in the South African police force?
Usunesikhathi kanjani esinganani usenzela isiphoyisa sasemzansi?
My service in the metro and police is 35 years.
35 years.
Yes,
Umsebenzi wami ke metro usengamashumi amathathu nanhlanu eminyaka.
Just going to ask you a short procedure. What happens when an inmate is inside the cell and he has properly been booked into that cell and he is assaulted? What
Kwenzeka
happens normally? Either by the police or other inmates?
Manje kwenzeka nini uma umsole ngaphakathi eseleni evalele lapha eseleni bese iyashaywa engashaywa mhlawumbe amaphoyisa noma abanye abasona.
they must report it to the person that is in charge of the cells or the CSC commander as soon as they come and visit the cells, my lord.
Manje masebeza bezovakashela amaseli bafanele lo bakubike ku-CSC commander.
Because of your experience, you know that. Do you know if, for instance, how many visits are paid to each cell? Inspection, complaints, a day? About how many visits?
Normally it's during the shift change, and also there's random visits that are done at the cells at random time.
Right.
Athi abantu bavakashela ngakike ngosuku ukuthi uzohlola ababoshwa abangaphakathi emaseleni athi hayi kwenzeka lokho uma kuwukuthi sekuzoshiyelwana ngama-shift and futhi ke kungenzeka ukuthi ezikhathini ezingabekiwe ukuthi uzoba isikhathi sini uvele nje ahambe beyohlolwa ukuthi behleli kanjani.
During inspection time, if an inmate says, I've got a toothache, let's take a simple one. I've got a toothache. What does the commanding officer in the cells do?
They would normally then request an ambulance, or if there's no ambulance available, they would arrange for an escort to take the inmate to the nearest hospital, nearest to the police station, my lord.
Manje makusuthi umuntu ke uyakhona ndawo ukuthi ushushwa yizinyo. Manje ke ucommanding officer ukhona ke lapho ufanele enzeni ukuthi hayi bafanele abazama ukuthi bambizele iambulance noma kumingekho iambulance ke bamphelezele esibhedlela esiseduze kakhulu kunala ehleli khona kulawo masela.
If an inmate is assaulted, doesn't matter where, and then he's booked into the cell, right?
Yes, my lord.
If he complains to the cell officer who keeps the OB, what is the cell officer supposed to do?
He is supposed to be make an OB entry there as to the injuries or whatever complaint that has been directed to him by the suspect. So he need to complete full OB entry and also report it to the senior that is in charge of the shift at that specific police station.
Those are standing orders, am I correct, sir?
That is correct, my lord.
It's not just a fancy of a frolic of a policeman on his own. These are tabulated in standing orders.
That is correct, my lord.
Manje asithi ke iphoyisa likhona lapho mhlambe lo ophethe kuleyo ndawo la emaseli ngaleso sikhathi kuyathola ukuthi khona umuntu oshayiwe obese ke letha ke isikhalo sakhe kwenzekana wathi hayi ke khona into ezobhalwa lapha ku-OB ibhala ukuthi lo muntu ulimele kanjani noma kwenzekeni kuyena. Manje ke lo obaphethe ke yena ke ufanele aziswe naye ukuthi kunjalo. Athi kuyoza ukuthi hayi ke le imgomo ebekiwe yena athi yebo imgomo ebekiwe.
When a person, an inmate or a suspect, is brought into the cells after having been taken out to court, right?
Yes, my lord.
Or having been taken out on investigation, then he's brought into the cells. What normally happens?
He will normally be inspected by the person in charge of the cells and ask him, does he have any injuries and does he have anything to report as to what happened outside when he was outside. If there's nothing to report, the cell sergeant or the warrant officer will also make an entry to say the suspect was booked in by Constable Liesering free from injuries after he was booked, detained.
Manje uma ukuthi nangu umsolwa uphumile asithi uhambe kwaya la kuyokwenziwa khona uphenyo noma uphumile nje waya enkantolo yini ke eyenzwayo ke uma esebuye sothi cha lo phethe lapho ufanele amhlole abese ke yabuza ke nombuzo ukuthi khona yini afisa ukuphawula ngako mayelana nokuthi kwenzekeni ngesikhathi bephumile. Manje ke loyo wasemephendula athi warrant officer uthi ufeyabhala ukuthi mesebuyiswa lapho hayi abekungena lutho oluphawuliwe futhi akukho lutho alubonile kumsolo.
Right. The assertion by accused number 2 is that you were present when he was assaulted.
Can you just repeat that question, my lord? I didn't.
The assertion
Yes.
put by Mr. Mngomezulu, accused number 2's counsel,
Yes.
even number 1's counsel, that when you were doing those duties of escorting, at some stage, you were present when the two accused were assaulted?
I can confirm here in front of the court, my lord, I was never involved in or witnessed any assault in my presence.
Manje kuthiwa-ke isikhathini phela ezomsolo wokuqala nomsolo wesibili kubekiwe la enkantolo ukuthi nanikhona ngesikhathi beshawa wathi hhayi ngasiletha isiqiniseko sokuthi angizange ngishaye noyedwa wabo futhi angizange ngibone noyedwa wabo eshaya.
Any investigation commenced by IPD regarding your conduct as a police person who allegedly assaulted accused number 1 and 2 when they were in your custody, when you were escorting them with others?
Up until today, nothing, my lord.
Athi hayi i-IPD ayikeze ize izophenya ngokuthi ngabe kube nokwenziwe kumsolo wokuqala nowesibili ngesikhathi sibaphelesa.
Any charges? Assault, GBH, assault, attempted murder, you have never been charged?
No.
Because allegedly, accused number 2 and 1, when they were in your custody as an escort, were assaulted allegedly by yourself, or you were present when they were assaulted?
No, I was never called by any investigators in connection with any assault, my lord.
Okay. Any questions arise?
The version that was put to you related to accused number 2 only, not accused number 1. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Question arising?
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions.
Next question arising?
Thank you, my lord. Sir, at the station, at the CSC, do you know if or when a person is detained, he is informed of the right to report assault by other police officers to another police officers who are at the stations? Do you know if that right is specific, explained to an inmate when is it detained, that if you have been assaulted, you have a right to report assault to the police officers here at the CSC?
Manje kumsola kumevalela lapha e-CSC uyachazelwa yini ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi uma engashawa eshawa elinye iphoyisa uyakwazi ukuthi ayofuna elinye iphoyisa ayalichazela ukuthi ushayiwe, kwachazelwa yini lokho?
As per the standing orders at the cells or at any CSC, they have to explain to arrested person that is booked in to the cells.
Kufanele ukuthi laba ababoshiwe bachazelwe uma befakwa emaselini ukuthi banalelo lingwe.
Which standing orders are you referring to? You are employed as a Metro Police officer, am I correct?
That is correct.
Which standing orders are you referring to? Standing orders by Metro Police or standing orders for the SAPS?
For the SAPS.
Bathi ukhuluma ngemigomo ebekelwe espoises South Africa noma ise-Metro Police.
Which standing order? Can you tell us the standing order number that refers to a right?
I cannot give it to you now because I do not have it on hand, my lord.
Nginayo inombolo yale migomo lona so angikwazi ukubeka phambi kwami.
You cannot give the number for that standing order because it doesn't exist. There is no inmate who is told when he's detained that you've got a right to report the assault at the station.
Ka ukwazi ukuthi ukhiphe leyo number ya leyo mgomo noma standing order ngoba ayikho into njengaleyo, ayekho umuntu ophoqeleka ukuthi atshelwe ukuthi uma kuwukuthi uyashawa unelungelo ukuthi angabaceba laba bamshaya.
For now, I cannot comment any further on that because that is your version that you put in front of the court.
And specifically with accused number 2 here, when he was detained, you do not know whether he was told that he has a right to report the assault if he has been assaulted outside the SAPS or inside the police cells. You don't have that information.
Akazange atshelwe lutho ngalo ukuthi uma ungathi uyashawa ufane unelungelo lokuthi ayokwazi ukusho ukuthi ushayiwe.
because I was never present when he was booked back into the SAPS cells.
Hayi, ngoba ngangingekho ke mase buyiselwa emaseleni ase.
Thank you. I've got no further questions.
Yeah, just for the edification, there's evidence here that when accused number 2 was allegedly arrested in Phokeng, he was handed a statutory document which encapsulates his Section 35 rights. Do you know of such a document which is normally supposed to be signed at the CSR?
Yes, it's a SAP 14A, the notification of rights.
That's it, yeah, okay. Thank you. Any questions arising?
No.
No questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
As a please, my lord, the
Table.
state calls the next witness is Constable Jabulani Dominic Butelezi. It's not on the witness list, my lord.
Jabulani Dominic
Butelezi. And my lord, there have been a number of exhibits that have been introduced and that will still be introduced. We have updated the lists of exhibits that I shared with my colleagues yesterday.
Thank you.
The new list starts at number 78. 78 on page 6.
Okay.
Exhibit 00. It's the copy of the charge sheet for the Tembisa court case with the first appearance on the 1st of June.
You're saying the first appearance was what?
The 1st of June 2020.
June 2020.
Yes.
Tembisa.
Yes, Tembisa. I'll just hand it up just now with the rest of the exhibits. Then exhibit PP has already been referred to by Advocate Nishololo. There's exhibit PP1, which is the occurrence book from Phokeng Police Station. Then exhibit PP2, it's the cell register from Phokeng Police Station. Then exhibit QQ, which pertains to accused number 2. It's the occurrence book entry from Primrose Police Station, dated June 20 up to the 22nd June. Then exhibit RR also pertains to accused number 2, is copy of the charge sheet of Phokeng Court with the first appearance on the 22nd of June 2020. Then exhibit SS will be the occurrence book entries from Pretoria Moors Police Station for the period 22 to 24 June. Then exhibit TT, which this witness is going to testify about, is the J50 warrant of arrest against M. Sibiya, accused number 1. Then exhibit UU1, which has already been referred to, UU1 is the extract of entries from forcible arrest court cells register. Then exhibit UU2 is the occurrence book entry from forcible arrest court cells. We beg leave to hand up all these exhibits, my lord. My learned friends have been furnished with copies. Exhibit QQ has the first page of exhibit QQ must actually be the last page. We hand up the one that is correctly bound.
So you say this witness is testifying on, amongst others, exhibit QQ.
Exhibit TT.
TT, sorry.
TT,
Okay.
the warrant of arrest. If my colleagues copies, we give them then.
Yes.
The state calls the next witness, Constable Jabulani Dominic Butilezi.
Yeah, sir, the witness.
As the court pleases. Uzokhuluma lokule.
Isizwe.
Ngicela usho amagama akho wonke ephelele nesibongo.
Magama uJabulani Dominic Butilezi.
Uzoba nenkinga ngokuthatha isifungo.
Cha.
No objection to taking the prescribed oath, my lord. We are for my ukuthi leso sifungo siyakubophezela kunembezela ukuthi ukumnembeza wakho ukuthi ukhuluma iqiniso.
Siyangibophezela.
I confirm, my lord. Uma ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso, kuyiqiniso phela, kungekho okunye ngaphandle kweqiniso. Phakamise isandla sakho sokunene uthi uNkulunkulu akusize.
uNkulunkulu angisize.
So sworn, my lord.
Is it correct that you are a constable in the service of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department?
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi usenze isiphoyisa semetro Ekurhuleni Metro?
Kuyiqiniso.
That is correct.
When were you appointed at Ekurhuleni Metro?
Waqashwa nini Ekurhuleni Metro?
2003.
It was in 2003.
June.
It was in June.
Is it correct that at some point there was a unit called SWAT?
Kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi kwake kwaba ne-unity ekwakuthiwa iSWAT?
Qiniso.
That is correct.
What does that acronym stand for?
Manje leli gama elithi SWAT limeleni?
Special Weapons and Tactics.
The acronym stands for Special Weapons and Tactics.
Were you a member of that unit at any stage?
Wayilungu lalelo qembu kwesinye isikhathi?
Kuyiqiniso.
That is correct.
For which period?
Kuziphi isikhathi?
Mhla lisungulwa kuze lihlukaniswe.
From its inception until it was disbanded.
Yes, can you just give us those periods?
Ungasinika ke isikhathi ukuthi laqala nini laze lahlukaniswa nini?
Laqala ngo-2004.
It was formed in 2004.
Lase lipheliswa ngo-2020.
And it was disbanded in 2020.
Uma ngisakhumbula.
If I remember correctly.
Did this unit render any assistance to the investigating team in this matter?
Manje leli thimba leli lacela yini ukuthi libe nosizo ku laba babephenya lolu daba?
Yebo.
That is correct.
Do you know Sergeant Mohola, who is part of the investigating team in this matter?
Uyamazi yini uSergeant Mohola omunye wabaphenyi kulolu daba?
Yebo.
That is correct.
Can you tell the court in your own words as to what happened on the 30th of May 2020?
Manje ungakwazi yini ukuthi uchazele inkantolo ukuthi kwenzekani ngomhla 30 kuMay 2020?
Bengisemsebenzini in full uniform.
I was at work on duty in full uniform.
Ngathola ucingo
I received a call.
kuSergeant Mohola.
It came from Sergeant Mohola.
Yes.
Acela usizo
He was requesting help.
Is that correct that she's female?
Kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi ungowesifazane?
kuyiqiniso.
That is correct.
Yes.
Usizo bemayelana nokuboshwa komlise thizeni.
It was regarding the arrest of a certain person.
Yes.
Sahlanganela ku car parking yase Tembisa police station but not le ejwayelekile. ngakule area besikuyo.
We met at the Tembisa police station in the car park, but not the usual car park, but in where we were.
Not the usual Tembisa police, the main one on a police station.
Well, I meant not the usual Tembisa police station, but there is another Tembisa police station.
Yes.
Bengamba no Constable Sadiki.
I was in the accompaniment of Constable Sadiki.
Yes.
Sahlangana nomamfundisi eThembisa wankhombisa i-warrant of arrest. Sergeant Mohale, so court name mamfundisi.
We then met with Sergeant Mohola, and then she showed us the
Warrant of
warrant of arrest.
Just want to show you a document which serves as exhibit TT before this court. Are you able to identify that document?
Uyakwazi yini ukusho ukuthi yalazi indlela iphepha olinikiwe?
Lifana ncama shi nalelo mamfundisi anginikeza lona eThembisa.
It looks exactly the same as the document that was handed over to me by Sergeant Mkhula at Tembisa.
Yes.
Bese besamthungatha ngeindlela zabo umuntu lo besimfuna ukuthi ubekuphi nendawo.
They were still trying to find out where the person that we were looking for was.
Yes.
Salinda isikhashanyana alibakhuluma uSergeant Mkhula alibakhuluma ngocingo.
We waited a while Sergeant Mkhula was on the phone.
Yes.
Ekugcineni ke sase sitshelwa uSergeant Mkhula ukuthi umlisa lo uyabonakala ukuthi ukuphi.
Ultimately, we were told by Sergeant Mkhula that they had received information where the suspect was.
Well, the state will be calling Sergeant Mkhula later. Yes, you may proceed.
Sanikezwa ke uhlobo leimpahla ngemibala ebesigqokile. Ihlobo lweimpahla ukuthi ubegqoke kanjani.
We were given a description of what she was wearing. What he was wearing.
And the color.
And the colors of the garments.
Yes.
Sanikezwa nokuthi indlu leyo ibisemgwaqeni nje omkhulu walapho akunacingo.
We also informed that that particular house was on one of the main streets there, and there was no fence.
La ngaphambili.
There was no fence in front of the yard.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sase siqhubeka ke siya khona ke mina Constable Sadiki.
We then proceeded thence with Constable Sadiki.
Yes. This is now you, Sadiq, and who?
Kwakuwena uSadiki nobani?
Bokuyimina no Sadiki no Sergeant Mngomezulu.
It was the three of us, me, Constable Sadiki, and Sergeant Mngomezulu.
Yes.
Masifika laphana mina no Constable Sadiki sasesiqondana nalamadoda.
On arrival, I and Constable Sadiki went to confront those men.
On arrival where?
Manfigad.
Kulendlu le esilayelwe kuyo ukuthi bame kuyo.
In the when arrival at the house which we had been informed, the men were standing there.
Yes.
Wega?
Okay, bebame ngaphandle kwendlu phakathi ejardini eceleni kwe-fence.
They were standing outside the house, within the yard, next to the fence.
Now, if you say they, how many were they?
Manje umuthi bona usho ukuthi babe bangaki?
Beba babili.
There were two of them.
Yes.
Kubeka?
La bebeme khona kuduze kuseduzane nomgwaqo, which means mawehla enqoleni naba laba mekhona eceleni kwendlu.
Where they were standing is very close to the road. So when we stopped at the road, they were very close to us.
Yes.
Ukubaqonda kwethu sa conduct lento ebizwa i-tactical takedown.
When we approached them, we used what is called a tactical
Takedown.
Yes, and what does that entail?
Ishukuthini-ke manje lo tactical takedown?
I-tactical takedown usebenzisa izwi eliqinile ukuthi umuntu lo oya kuye umqondo wakhe ungahlanganelwa.
The tactical takedown we use a very authoritative voice so that his mind must not be confused.
Must be confused.
So that his mind must be confused.
Yes.
Sase sibacela ukuthi balale phansi.
We requested them to lie down.
Yes.
Umuntu besimfuna bese semazi ukuthi umuphi kodwa sabakhuthuza sababuza amagama abo. We already had knowledge of the person that we were looking for, but we still searched them and then tried to get their names.
Yes.
Abazange bakhombisa ukulwa. They did not show any resistance.
Yes.
Lo esimfunayo umuzi kaUkhulelwa Sibiya wazisha igama lakhe ukuthi uyena umuzi kaUkhulelwa Sibiya. The one that we were looking for, whose name was Muzi Sibiya, Sibiya, informed us that it was indeed he.
Yes.
Ngase ngimchazisela ke mina ukuthi uyafuneka ngecala in terms of this warrant of arrest ebesiphethe. I then explained to him that he was required to answer for a case according to the warrant that we had.
Yes.
Vega?
ngase ngombuza ukuthi uliphethe yini umazisi wakhe na.
I then asked him if he has his ID on him.
Yes.
Wathi umazisi ula ahlala khona.
He then said his ID book is back where he stays.
Yes.
Wathi akukho ekuteni.
He said that place was not very far.
Yes.
Umuzi kakhulelwa ngamtshela amalungelo akhe.
I then informed Muzi Sibiya his rights.
Just a minute. And what are those rights?
Leso imfanelo iziphi?
Ukuthi njengoba boshwa unelungelo lokuba nommeli othandwa uyena futhi ongakhokhelwa uyena uma engenayo imali. Istate singakhona kumnikeza ummeli mahala ngamkhokheli.
I told him that he has a right to have a lawyer who is paid by him, and that if he is unable to pay for a lawyer and cannot afford a lawyer, then the state would provide a lawyer for him, and which lawyer is not paid for.
Yes.
Unelungelo lokuthula ngasho lutho ngoba konke azokusho kungahle kanye kuzosetshenziswa njengobufakazi enkantolo.
I told him that he has a right to remain silent and that whatever he said would be used as evidence in a court of law.
Yes.
Kanti futhi nalo nelungelo lakadokotela ongakhokhelwa uyena namthandayo kanti futhi uma enganayo imali kumkhokhela lo dokotela istate umbuso ungakhona kumnikeza udokotela wamahala.
I also informed him that he has the right to have a doctor of his own choice who is paid by him, or alternatively, if he cannot afford a doctor, he can then be provided with a state doctor who would be paid by the state.
Towards which ends, as far as this explanation is regarding the doctor?
Kubalulekile uma utshela umuntu amalungelo wakhe mhlawumbe uma enegulo okuthize.
It is important to, when you are informing a person of their right and they have a certain illness,
ukuthi alazi lolo lungelo lelo lokuthi unalo ilungelo lokukhetha udokotela ofuna yena uma ezumkhokhela.
That if they have an ailment of sorts, then they have a right to find their own doctor if they are going to pay for that doctor.
Yes.
Nokuthi nelungelo lakhe lokuthi unalo ilungelo lokuthi angakwazi ukushaya ucingo uma eseboshiwe.
I also informed him of his right to make a phone call after he's been arrested.
Yes.
Unelungelo lokuthi angavalelwa for more than 74 hours of working days.
I also informed him that he has the right to not be incarcerated for more than 74 hours, which are only part of a working day.
Yes, may proceed.
Selokugcina ilungelo lokuthi aphathwe ngobuntu hayi ngobundlavini.
The last one is that he must be handled with care and not callously,
Not violently.
not violently.
Yes. Ngase ngumfakoza Nkosi.
I then handcuffed him.
Yes.
Ngamfakoza Nkosi ngasemuva.
I handcuffed him from the back.
Sase siqhubeka siya la ahlala khona.
Then we proceeded to where he was residing.
Did you know where he was residing?
Wawazi ukuthi uhlala kuphi?
Uyena wasikhombisa.
He directed us there.
Yes.
Ube nenkinga ke umuzi kawukhulelwa kakhulu ngebhruku ayeliqhokile wayefise ukulishintsha.
He appeared to have a problem with the trouser that he was wearing, and he desired to change it.
Yes.
Masifika kulomkhukhu lo mawungena egate umkhukhu uthana ngaka left.
When we arrived at the check, when we entered the gate, the check was to the left.
And how far was this check from the place where you initially found him in the company of the other person?
Manje lo mkhukhu wawukude kangakanani ukusuka la enamthola khona?
Less than a kilometer.
It was less than a kilometer. Awungaphansi kwe-kilometer.
What happened to the other person that was with him?
Manje lo muntu owayenaye wena kwenzakani ngaye?
Samyeka.
We released him.
Yes, may proceed.
Umkhukhu loyo umangalelo okhomba ngekhanda sinze kusho ukuthi nawo.
The accused directed us and pointed the check with his head.
Yes.
Ubukhiyiwe ke ngeketanga unengidi ngaphandle.
The shack was locked with a chain. There was a padlock outside.
Yes.
Isikhiye sesikhomeni sakhe saka right.
The key was in his right pocket.
Ngendlela ukuthi wathi mathi ngisikhiphe wathi isikhiya sila.
When he showed me, when he said I can take the key out, he said the key is here. The witness indicated that there was a movement of the hands that were handcuffed from the back to move towards the right side of the body.
Yes. Wangicela ukuthi ngikhiphe isikhiya ngivuleke lapha
He
emkhulu.
then asked me to take the key out and open the shack.
Yes.
uma ungena emkhukhwini wakhe uhlangabezwa umbhede.
On entering the shack, the first thing in front of you would be a bed.
Yes.
Ubungamkhulu kakhulu lo mkhukhu loyo ngalendlela leyo ukuthi ubuncike ebondeni bese kuba nesikhahlanyana la ohamba khona eceleni kombhede.
The shack was not very large. The bed was pushed against one of the walls, and then there was a small walking space on the other side of the bed.
Yes.
Ubese ngikhomba ngekhanda ukuthi ngibheke between umattress nebase.
He then showed me by gesticulating with his head to search between the mattress and the base.
To search for?
Umazisi wakhe.
We're looking for his ID.
Yes.
Angizange uthole umazisi wakhe.
I did not find his ID there.
La ngithumela khona.
Yes.
Wasebenzisa futhi ikhanda athi singabheka noma ngabe yikuphi.
And then also gesticulated with his head, saying that we can look in at any other place.
Yes.
La bengibheka khona embedeni phezulu bekulenga iplastic.
Where I was checking on the bed, just above that, there was a plastic that was hanging there.
Yes.
Ase ngilidonsa ke le plastic engibuka kulo.
Plastic is crumb.
Plastic.
Is crumb. No more plastic in
Plastic nje.
Well, I then pulled on the plastic that was hanging above the bed.
Part kwe plastic bekunelinye iplastic ebelibambe plastic.
Inside that plastic, there was another plastic that was attached to another plastic.
Yes.
Okay, mangivula phakathi kuneyinhlamvu ezingasetshenzisiwe.
When I opened that plastic, I discovered unused bullets, live bullets.
Yes.
One magazine, one cleaning rod.
There was also one magazine, there was also one cleaning rod.
How many rounds of ammunition were there?
Iy'nhlamvu lezo sazingakhi?
Khohliwe seside lesikhathi.
I'm unable to record, it's a long time ago.
Can you perhaps remember the caliber thereof?
Manje uyakwazi ukukhumbula ukuthi ezingakanani lezi nhlamvu?
Eze 9mm.
It was a 9mm rounds.
You mentioned that there were two plastic. Were they in the inner plastic or the outer one?
Manje uthe kunoplastic ababili. Kwakuyile plastic ongaphakathi noma lo ngaphandle?
Ulele ngaphakathi.
It was in the inner plastic.
Yes.
Ngase ngombuza ke ummangalelwa ukuthi unayo yini i-license.
I then asked the suspect if he has a license.
Yes, and he then made a report to you.
Wasekuphendula.
Wathi cha akanayo.
Then
Yes, he made a report to what happened further.
ngase ngumchazela ukuthi ngiyambopha ngizombophela zona le inhlamvu lezi.
I then informed him that I am putting him under arrest for the possession of these live rounds.
Yes.
Ngase ngibiza uSergeant Mkhola obengaphandle.
I then invited Sergeant Khola, who was outside, to come in.
Yes. And where was Constable Sadiq when you made this discovery?
Bekaphakathi emkhukhweni.
He was inside the shack.
Yes, you may proceed.
Konke lokho engakuthola uSergeant Mkhola wakufaka phakathi kwe-evidence bag.
All that I found there were taken by Sergeant Mkhola, and she placed all those inside an evidence bag.
Yes.
Phambi kwakhe umangalelwa ebhekile.
And this was done in front of the accused.
Yes.
Enye ngaqonda ukuthi phakathi emkhukhwini impahla bekweza kamangalelwa ende bekucaca nokuthi uhlala yedwa.
What I also observed inside the shack was that everything that was inside there belonged to the accused, and then it was evident as well that he was living alone.
Yes, and what made you to draw that conclusion that everything belonged to the accused?
Ewardrobini bokuyimpahla zakhe ngalendlela lokuthi uyacela ukuthi ashintshe ibhlukwe leli.
Inside the wardrobe, it was only his clothes that were there, and as a result, he asked us if he could have a change of clothes and put a different trouser.
Yes, and did that happen?
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
Yes, may continue.
Kwanecathulo ube gqoka ikhavela makaboshwa wasucela ukufaka kunalobo phaca ababhlue and white ukuthi ashintshe ukhavela afake lobo phaca.
Well, he was wearing branded shoes with the brand Cavella, but he made a request to take those shoes off and put on beach shoes.
Put on what?
Beach shoes, black and white, blue and white?
Blue and white.
Blue and white beach shoes. Flip-flops, my lord.
Yeah. I didn't want to give evidence.
Yes.
Okunye futhi okwangenza ukuthi ngikholwe ngibe nenkolo ukuthi laphana bekune TV ibingasebenzi ne fridge encane ibingasebenzi ngaphakathi kwayo bekhona nje isitsha esingcolile phakathi kwesinye isitsha leso kwashela isitsha.
Awuqale phansi kusho uthe phakathi kokune fridge engcolile.
I fridge encane mangivula le fridge.
Well, what also convinced me was that there was a very small fridge, and when I opened that fridge, there was a single plate which was unwashed.
Yes.
Almost zonke impahla zakhe wardrobe is same size.
All the clothes that were in the wardrobe were the same size.
Yes, you may proceed.
Bese ke masiqeda ukuyiqiniseka uSergeant sathi ke ayitholile umtholile umazisi wakhe. Yeah, Sergeant sathi ke wathola umazisi wakhe.
Sergeant Sajiki managed to find his ID book.
Yes, where?
Wardrobe.
It was found in the wardrobe.
Yes.
Kubeka?
Then Sergeant Mahula wase ucela ukukhuluma nommangalelwa.
Then Sergeant Khola made a request to speak to the suspect.
Just a minute. Did you perhaps have the opportunity to look at the particulars of that identity document?
Yebo.
Yes, we were.
Yes. Well, whose particulars appeared on the ID?
Okammangalelwa qobo lwakhe.
The ID pointed to the accused.
Yes, but explain to the court why do you say so? What particulars were there?
Amagama akhe aphelele isibongo.
It was the names, the full names and the surname,
Kanye nesithombe ke.
as well as the picture of the accused.
Scott, please, my lord, will this be an appropriate time to take a long adjournment?
Okay.
Tell us, just before we proceed, what time was it when you arrested the accused number one?
Kwayisikhathini ke ngesikhathi ubopha umsolwa uqala.
Hayi, sengikhohliwe seside lesikhathi.
I'm unable to recall, it's a long time ago.
Was it in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening?
Kwayisikhathi sekuseni noma imini noma ntambama.
Kusemini sekela kuyaseni imini nje just after abo 1.
It was during the day, approaching the hour of 1.
And do you perhaps know what that part of Tembisa is called where you arrested the accused?
Uyazi mhlawumbe ukuthi le ndawo owambophela kuyona umsolwa ibizwa ngokuthini eThembisa?
Cha.
No, I'm unable to.
Thank you. You can proceed. You mentioned that Sergeant Mokhola requested to speak to the suspect.
Busashilo ke ukuthi uSergeant Mkhula wacela ukuthi akhulume nomsolwa.
Yebo, sasesiphuma simala ngaphandle ngasemnyango.
That is correct. We then went out and just stood just outside the door.
That is you and who?
Mina no Constable Sadiki.
It was me and Constable Sadiki.
And where was Sergeant Mokhola at that stage?
Sergeant Mkhula
ubephakathi komkhukhu nommangalelwa.
She was inside the shack together with the accused.
Yes, may proceed.
Emva kwesikhashanyana kwafanele ukuthi siye ehostela elisebude buduze nala besikhona.
After some time we needed to go to the hostel which is not far from where we were.
Yes.
Ehostela besofuna isibhamu ekwakuthiwe according to Sergeant Mokhola sinomuntu osehostela sasinikwe umuntu osehostela.
We were going to the hostel to look for a gun which according to Sergeant Mokhola had been given to a person that stays in the hostel.
Scott, please, my Lord. Sergeant Mokhola will be testifying later. Yes.
Suka lapho ke saseke sibhekisa amabombo khona ke lapha ehostel.
From there we then proceeded to the hostel.
Yes.
Phambi kwamasango kulela hostela lelana bekunabantu ngaphandle.
In front of the hostel gate there were people who were standing just outside the gate.
And which hostel is this?
Kuliphi hostel?
Angisakhumbulisi igama la khona kahle mhlawumbe ngathi nje Muzi.
I don't remember the name of the hostel, but I think it was called Muzi.
But where is it located?
Tembisa.
It's in Tembisa.
Yes, we may proceed.
Sasesibuza labantu laba bebame esangweni.
We asked the people who were standing near the gate.
Ukuthi lo muntu
Yes. You made inquiries and what happened further?
Kwasekwenzekani ukuqhubekela phambili?
Kwathola ukuthi lo muntu lo bathiwa washona kudala osekho la.
We were informed that the person that we were looking for had passed away a long time ago.
Yes, you established that the person has passed on. Who were you looking for?
Igama ngilikhohle kodwa umngani kaMangalelwa.
I don't remember the name, but it was a friend of the accused.
Yes.
Kubeka?
Kwathiwa masesithola ukuthi ubesoshonile ke uSergeant Mokhola wathi ngaphokophela eFosloras.
Well, when we heard that the person we're looking for had passed away, Sergeant Mokhola then suggested that we go to Fosloras.
Yes.
sasesiqhubeka siya eFosloras kodwani ke uthe na ingichasela uSergeant Mkhulu ukuthi eFosloras wathi ongena phakathi hostela ngase contact amanye amadoda ami kabe wangale kule area eFosloras.
We then proceeded to Fosloras, but when Sergeant Mkhulu informed us that we were going to go inside the hostel, I then called some of my men who were in the vicinity of Fosloras.
Yes.
Isizathu bokuthi bese ungena endaweni esingayazi ne-situation esingayazi so bengiyidinga into njenge backup.
The reason was that we were going into unfamiliar territory and a place that we did not know, and we needed backup.
Yes, may I proceed?
Yes, safika ke eFosloras sasesihlanganela ngaphandle kwe-police station eFosloras.
We arrived in Fosloras and then we gathered outside the Fosloras police station.
Yes.
Sergeant Mkhulu kula ngazisakhona ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda uyeza usendleleni.
Sergeant Mkhulu then informed me that Brigadier Gininda was on his way.
And just for record purposes, who's Brigadier Gininda?
Oh, Banigelo Brigadier Gininda.
Oh, Brigadier Gininda umphathi wabo Sergeant Mkhulu okuma cold cases. Cold cases.
Sergeant Brigadier Gininda is the commanding officer of Sergeant Mkhulu and in this special unit that deals with cold cases.
Is it correct that he's the lead investigator in this case?
That is correct.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sisamile kanjalo nembala uyawafika vele.
While we're standing there, indeed, he arrived.
Who's that?
Banige?
Brigadier Gininda.
That is Brigadier Gininda.
And more or less, what time was it?
Beseleya kozilahla konina basentambama so.
It was in the afternoon.
Yes.
Baseke ke kwayena uBrigadier bakhuluma nomangalelwa.
Then Brigadier had a conversation with the suspect.
Where was this conversation?
Bebaphakathi kwemoto behamba ngoSergeant Mkhulu.
That's why they were inside the car that was used by Sergeant Mkhulu.
What car was it?
Ngathi okuyi Golf. No. Golf 7 or
I think it was a Golf 7.
Yes. Let me proceed.
Besingaze ukuthi ukhulunywa ngani kodwa kwazise ukuthi kwathiwa kuzomela ukuthi siye eEraton.
We did not know what was being discussed, but what came out of there was that we were going to go to Eeraton.
Where in Eeraton?
In Eeraton.
Eeraton isesowethu ngaseDiplofo, I think amahhovisi wabo but indawo isiphoyisa.
Well, Eeraton is near Soweto, near Diplofo, but they have their offices there.
Yes, may proceed.
Kwaziseke ukuthi ke umangalelwa uyathathwa uyofakwa emahhovisini.
Then the accused was taken into the offices.
Which offices?
My office.
phakathi lapha e-Eraton.
There in Eroton.
Yes.
Kubeka?
Phuma kwami ke sohlala ku car parking.
Then that's when we exited and went to see it at the car park.
Yes.
After isikhashanyana ke masiphuma sihamba ke naye umangalelwa no Sergeant Mkhula siya ePitori.
After that, we went out and went with the accused and Sergeant Mkhula on our way to Pretoria.
You say the accused was taken into the offices there at Eraton, and you went to sit at the car park, but what happened to the accused thereafter? Did you see as to what happened to him?
Manje kwenzekani ngomsolo ngesikhathini nani sihleli lapha ku car park?
Cha bengingazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngale ngaphakathi besingapha.
No, I was not going to be able to know what was happening inside.
And when you accompanied Sergeant Mkhula to take the accused to Pretoria, where did you find him?
Manje ke uma nihamba noMhola ngithatha umsolo ningise ePitori namthola
Baphume ku same Eraton asisuka ngeEraton emahhovisi. Mabephuma ehhovisini labo ngiyabahlangabeza simfake enqoleni kaMkhula basishaya imoto kwesihamba.
Oh, no, they were right inside the offices in Eroton. So when they came out, we went to them and they took them to place the accused in the Sergeant Mkhula's car, and then we left for Pretoria.
Yeah, but after the accused was taken into the offices, as you've testified, did he remain there in the office all the time until he was taken to Pretoria?
Manje kumsola kumesefakwe lapha emahhovisi wahlala khona yini ngaphakathi kula mahhovisi ufela isikhathi lapha athathwa khona ePitori?
Ngokolwazi bami yebo.
According to my knowledge, yes.
Yes, what happened further?
Kwase kwenzekani kuya phambili?
Uthe mayephuma emahhovisini wabo lapha eEraton kumhlangabeza kwami kugitshelwa emotweni kaMkhula. Sasuka lapho sasiyovalelwa ePitori.
When we then took him from those offices and put him in the car, in Mkhula's car, he was then taken to be locked up in Pretoria.
Yes.
Where
in Pretoria was he detained?
No, I have forgotten the name.
Yes.
Kodwa masifika ePitori again umuntu mawuhambe umvalela emasayilini uphinde futhi umtshele amalungelo akhe.
Well, when we arrived in Pretoria, well, if you want to take a person into the cell, you're required to repeat telling the person his rights.
Yes.
Uma ungimtshela ngaleso sikhathi lento besibukene emehlweni.
When I informed him of his rights, we were facing each other.
And where did that take place?
Lekulama cell lawo lapha emasayilini.
That happened at the cells.
Yes.
Kubeka?
Mawumtshela ngomtshela ngesizulu.
When I informed him of his rights, I was using the Zulu language.
Yes.
Ngaphinda futhi ngamchazisela lapho kabanzi ukuthi uma kukhona okungamphethanga kahle unalo ilungelo lokuthi afake isikhalazo whether sikhona okanye uma sihambile.
I also informed him at length that if he had a complaint, then he has the right to place his complaint with the police.
During our presence.
And he was then supposed to do that as well during our presence.
or after?
Or after?
Yes.
Kunepheshana ke osilgcwalisayo laphana elibizwa ama-notice of rights esilgcwalisayo.
There's a form that we fill which is called notice of rights.
Yes.
Maqeda ukugcwalisa lelo form lelo uma enganankinga uye alisayine lelo phepha bese uyalithatha.
Well, after filling that form, if he has no qualms, then he signs it and he hands it over to us.
And hands it away.
Ulinika ummangalelwa.
You then give that page umnika lona lonke
Lento ifront original copy.
Then the original is handed over to the accused.
Yes.
Then bese uthatha icopy yakhona uyifaka edokotweni.
Then the copy is placed inside the docket.
Yes.
Kunencwadi ebizwa iOB esemaseleni.
There's a book called the OB that is found in the cells.
And what does OB stand for?
OB ushukuthini ke?
Occurrence book.
It stands for Occurrence book.
Yes.
Ngokwenjwayelo iOB igcwaliswa abantu esuke sibathole lapho emasayilini.
Well, normally that book is filled in by the people that we find right there in the cells.
If you say which people, who are you referring to?
Umuthi labantu usho baphi?
Ama-member wa-SAPS lawa asebenza emasayilini.
It is the members of SABC that work within the cells.
Yes.
Bakuvamisile ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi bamthathe umuntu bambuze and sometimes baye ngokuthi baye bambheke bam-inspect ukuthi ulimele okanye useshiwe izinto ezikanjalo kuyinjwayelo.
What they do as a matter of practice is that they often inspect the person and also ask him question if he has had any injuries before the person is placed into the cells.
Yes.
Uma begculisekile umuntu engelimele bayabhala ku-OB banginike OB number bese bayamthatha umuntu sokubaba.
Once they've certified themselves that the person is not injured, then they fill in the OB. Ebese
Mabegculisele bagcwalisa lapha ku-OB mina ngithatha i-OB number ngisayine ku-OB bamthatha.
Then once they have filled the OB, I get the OB number after the OB has been filled.
Yes.
Ukuhlukana kwami nomangalelwa kanjalo.
That was the last time that I was together with the accused at that time.
But you have just explained the procedure upon arrival at the police station, the completion of the notice of rights, and the completion of the occurrence book. Can you just explain to the court what did you do, what happened upon arrival at the police station?
Usufikile police station sekufake konke ke usumtshela ngamalungelo ufile na OPDP manje kwasekwenzeka yini masefike police station?
Asifike police station ngiyamtshela amalungelo, ngiyambuza ukuthi uyawaqonda yini amalungelo, kukhona ngakuqonda unombuzo yini.
When you arrived at the police station, I inform him of his rights, and then I also asked him if there's anything at all that he does not understand, and if there is, then he should ask. He should tell me.
Yes.
Number 2, mangiceda ukumtshela ukuthatha yona le ncwadi le yama notice of rights ujike umchazela ukuthi kuwo wonke lo ngushilo into ayoyithola la kulama notice of rights.
Well, after that I tell him, I show him the notice of rights and tell him that everything that he'll need is written in the notice of rights.
Yes.
Uma efuna ukugculisela ukuthi awafunda ama notice of rights onalo ilungelo lokuthi akwenze lokho umnikeze isikhathi akufunde lokho akufundayo bese uyagculisela.
If at all he wants to satisfy himself about the notice of rights, then he has the right to read it for himself and satisfy himself.
Yes, but what happened on the day? What took place in actual fact?
Samthatha masesifikele Pretoria after the process wangena emaseyilini.
And when I brought him in Pretoria after that process, he was then taken into the cells.
Where the notice of rights or you testify that they were explained to the accused, what was his reaction after that?
Manje ke yena ke waphendula athini emva kokuthi nimkhombisa konke lo amalungelo akhe na konke.
Wagculiseka ngoba nakho akwazi ukushicilela.
He was satisfied because he went ahead and signed the notice of rights.
And who booked the accused in the cells?
Wanike owafaka umsolwa emaselini.
Ilaba basemaseyilini.
Well, it is the officers in the cells.
Yes, but who took him to the cells?
Thina siphelela la kwe reception area.
No, we only go as far as the reception area.
And do you know if an entry was made when the accused was handed in at the cells?
We has nama khona la kwabhala khona umsolwa esefaka emaselini.
Kuyinjwayelo futhi kubalekile, yes.
Yes, that is the practice and it is important, and yes, it happened.
Just want to show you exhibit NN dated 31 May 2020.
Bunukhombisa exhibit NN 21 May 2020.
Is entry 2187 at 0140 22 in the morning. Morales, what time did you arrive at the police station?
Police station. It was in the early hours of the morning.
Can you read that entry in the record?
Cela usifundele yona ke ukuze iqoshwe phansi.
It's arrest Sergeant Mokola from National Commissions Commissioner's Office Cold Case Investigations with the following: Muzi Sibiya, case number 217/03/2019 Tembisa case, SAP 14-156/05/2020, SAP 14A, it's R5086-208, J50 warrant of arrest.
Yes.
Well,
Ithi balibema iqhubeka ithi no injuries, correctly detained. Kwase kuyashicilelwa.
it says, it continues to say no injuries, suspect detained,
Correctly detained.
correctly detained, and then afterwards there are signatures.
What is your comment on that entry that there were no injuries?
Ufuna ukuphawula uthini ke kuloko okubhakishiwe ukuthi kungena kulimala?
Ngivumelana nabo bengalimele.
I concur with that observation. He was not injured.
Now, do you know Constable Monaring and Constable Mapumulo?
Yamazi Constable Mngomezulu no Constable Mapumulo.
Kebas.
I know them.
Did you see them on the day in question?
Wababona yini ngalolu langa esikhuluma ngalo?
Cabange Eratin. Umnareng waba kule thimba leli engalibiza eFosloras.
Mnareng was amongst the team that I had asked to come and assist in Fosloras.
Mangikhumbulisa kahle ke therefore uMaphumulo ngase imqondo wami usukhona usuhlangene sidibana eEratin.
But I was able to notice Mapumulo when we had come together in Araton.
Did you see if they had anything to do with the accused there at Eraton?
Uyazi yini ukuthi khona abakwenza kumsolo eEraton?
Cha, akukho akwenza.
No, there's nothing that they did.
Right after leaving the police station, what happened further?
Manje masesuka lapha esikhumulweni samphoyisa kwase kwenzekani?
Sesifilo umangalelwa ubekwe isikhathi sokuyophumula.
After we left the accused there, it was time to knock off.
Yes. Did Constable Monaring and Mapumulo accompany you to Pretoria?
Constable Monaring no Mapumulo bahamba nani yini baniphelezela ePitori?
Cha.
No.
Were you further involved in any way in this matter
So khona ke
after this particular day?
emva kwaleli langa ke waphinda ke waba nesandla wasifaka kulolu daba.
Makususwa uma mabeza nomangalelwa number 2 basuka ePitori sise Boxback sasibavulela indlela ukuthi traffic ikwazi ukuhamba kahle yabo.
Uma besuka
Mabehamba nomangalelwa number 2 basuka ePitori la ePitori via Boxback.
when they were accompanying the accused from Pretoria to Boxback, we tried to free the way in traffic for them.
Which date was that?
Kwayiluphi la?
24 na ngisakhumbula kahle.
Maybe it was the 24th, I can't remember exactly.
Yes, of which month?
Kwayiphi inyanga?
Or April na.
I don't know whether it was April or not.
If you don't remember, just
Angikhumbula.
No, I can't remember.
yeah. Can you remember what happened on the day?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi kwenzekani ngalolo suku?
Okay, thina besemuva masingena ngemoto.
We were at the rear when we entered with the cars.
Kwi car parking kwavela omunye umama omlungu.
At the car park, there appeared a certain white lady.
Le ndawo le ingathi passage so kodwa imoto ziyangena.
Well, it is like a passage, but then the cars are able to go in.
But which place are you talking about?
Khuluma ngayiphi indawo?
Indawo kaMantshi eBoksburg.
It was at the magistrate's office in Boksburg.
Yes.
Yebo.
Uthena ivela lo mama omlungu athi sibaningi kangaka. Senzani sizothusa umuntu.
Well, when this white lady appeared, she said, such a large number you are. What are you doing? Are you trying to intimidate a person?
Yes.
Yebo.
Then bese kuba uConstable Jonathan, Constable Lesering behla nomangalela wosibili.
Then Constable Jonathan and Constable Lesring alighted from the car together with the second accused.
Yes.
Sase sihamba ke thina ke siphuma kule ndawo liyana kodwa saye emahhovisi wethu.
Well, we then left that place and went to our offices.
Which offices?
Ama office weMetropolis ahlukaniswe nje ucingo.
Well, we went to the offices of the Metropolis. Our offices and the magistrate court are just separated by a fence.
Yes.
Kubeka?
Sase soyihlalela khona ke.
We then went to stay there.
Yes.
Base basibiza ke sebeqedile ukuthi sebeqedile.
We were called then after they had finished.
Yes. Ukubasiza ukuthi bakwazi ukuphuma eBoksburg in terms of the
and
traffic.
assist them as well to be able to go out of Boksburg and to ease their way in the traffic.
Yes.
Baqhubeka naye basebaya naye ePretoria.
They then proceeded with him to Pretoria.
Sorry?
They then proceeded with him to Pretoria.
Did you not proceed to Pretoria?
When I was in Kuba and Pretoria.
Asi kahle lesingasi part yale escort leyo.
No, we're not actually part of that escort.
Yes, what was your role?
Ukubanceda nje sibaswipela indlela sibiza sweeping lento kubavalele traffic bakwazi ukuhamba.
Well, no, we're just helping them to just open the ways for them. We call that sweeping for them.
Yes, is that all?
You want to
Yeah.
That is correct.
Bese used to participation yami.
Also, my participation was
masba swipela futhi again siya eMoroka.
We also swept for them again as they went to Morocco.
Yes, when was that?
Unfortunately, I cannot remember the date.
Yes.
Umsebenzi wami lapho kwaku counteract any threat that way.
My job there was to guard against any threat.
Yes.
Kwakuyimi ke lapho ngihamba noConstable Maphumulo.
Yeah, well, on that day, I was the one involved together with Constable Maphumulo.
Yes.
Nakhona masifika le asingenanga besingana kwenza na anything nomangali.
Well, when we arrived there as well, we did not do anything because we had nothing to do with the accused.
When you arrived where?
In Morocco.
That is arriving in Morocco.
Morocco, where in Morocco?
Nothing in Morocco.
I think it's a police station.
I think it was a police station.
What time did you arrive there?
Angisazi engikukhumbula ukuthi asaba no Sergeant Mohale.
I don't remember, but what I remember correctly is that we were together with Sergeant Mohali.
Where did you meet him?
Mahlangana naye kuphi?
Thina sabasa igova sasigova endleleni mabesuka ePretoria sabajoyina endleleni N12.
We joined them on the N12 when they were coming from Pretoria.
Yes.
Up until ke sesofika lapha.
Right up to when we arrived at that place.
Which place?
eMoroka.
That is in Morocco.
Yes, and then what happened further there at Morocco police station?
Kwase kubeka kwenzekani ke eMorocco police station?
Njoba ngisho thina besemuva okwenzeka phambili bengasakuboni.
Well, like I said, we're right at the rear, and what happened in the front we're unable to observe.
Yes, and then what happened after Morocco police station?
Emva kweMorocco police station kwasebenzekani?
Same drill. Mabephuma bayasitshela sibuyele emuva, sihlale emuva.
Yes, the same thing. When they came out, they told us, and then we went back.
Yes, you went where?
Nayaphi?
Thina sihlukana nabo endleleni babuyela ePitori bazabubuya bazana ela ePitori.
Well, we parted ways when they were on the way, when they were on the way to Pretoria.
Were you in any way involved at an occasion at Alberton police station?
Khona ke lapha na babandakanyeka khona endaweni yase police station yase Alberton.
Yeah, ngathi ngiyakhumbula and ngathi be renovate police station.
I think I remember, and if I remember correctly, the police station was under renovation.
Yes, but regarding your official duties, did you in any way perform duties there, official duties at Alberton police station?
Yes, I lapha ngathi ngaye ndaba ze-Escort ngize ngasakhumbuli kahle.
Yes, even though I can't remember correctly, but I think we went there to perform escort services.
Yes, what happened there?
Kwenzekani ke lapho?
Nakhona njoba ngisho bese-Escort okwenzakala ngaphakathi.
What happened there, I can only say that we were escorting. So what happened inside there, I was not able to observe.
Are you perhaps able to give further details regarding that occasion?
Khona ke futhi eminye imininingwane ongakwazi usinika yona ngalelo langa?
Cha.
No.
In the time that you interacted with the accused, did he have any complaint?
Isikhathi ke ni wena ke ukwazi ke ukusebenzisana nomsolo kwakukhona yini isikhathi akhona into ayikhononda ngayo?
Cha.
No.
And have you had any interaction with any member of the accused family?
Wakwazi ukuthintana namanye amalungu umndeni kaMsolo?
Cha, futhi angikwazi.
No, and neither do I know them.
Thank you, Malak. That is all.
Just tell me I don't have a copy of the exhibits. You said, are you with me? You said the gentleman is going to testify regarding Exhibit TT.
Indeed, my lord.
Do you have a copy of this?
Yes, we do have a copy.
Yeah, please.
And the witness did refer to Exhibit TT, my lord.
Yeah, he did. He said that was the alleged OB, which was filled up.
copy is supposed to be mine, is it not? Sir?
I think we did hand up a copy.
This is the warrant of arrest application. This I have.
Yes.
I'm interested in the
entry.
The
OB entry.
Which was OB entry, which was filled up at the police station, which we forget, but which we all know.
Oh yes. It was handed up, my lord, as part of on Friday, as part of Exhibit NN.
And it's exhibit what? TT?
No, Exhibit NN, my lord.
Oh yeah. Why did you talk about exhibit TT?
No, TT is the copy of the
what?
The warrant.
Yeah, that's it. We spoke about the warrant.
And the entry, it's we refer to Exhibit NN, my lord, when we're dealing with the entry. Exhibit NN.
NN.
Yes. If I can perhaps assist the court.
I want to have a look at this.
With Exhibit NN.
Yes, look, maybe I'm blind. Why don't you say Rose must go and make copies of Exhibit NN so that we spare time? How many pages is it?
I think everybody has got a copy of Exhibit NN.
Yeah, except me.
Let me just have a look.
Or else maybe you got it.
This is for accused number 2. We handed up 2 sets of entries on Friday, my lord. This is for accused number. There should be another one, no? Sort of just ask.
It's okay. Where does it come from?
Sibanda.
Huh? Okay. So this is the one NN, eh?
Yes, can I have it?
And then you said it's entry number what?
Yes, just put in the entry number.
2189.
2189.
Correct.
Okay.
187.
2187.
87. So where was Mr. Buthelezi reading from?
He was reading at entry 2187 at 22.
2187?
Yes, 2187 at 22 in the morning.
Yeah, it just says no injuries. Correctly detailed. Is that all?
It starts, my lord,
Yes.
at
Okay, I see.
at the previous page.
Okay, fine. Where it says
Arrest, yes.
Sergeant
Mohola.
Mohola from National Commissioner's Office, cold case. Investigation with the following. Muzi Sibiya case, da 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 da.
Yes, that is the entry that he put in record.
Yes. Who made this entry, according to your client? I mean, to your witness?
Sergeant Mohola will testify about
Oh, it's Sergeant Mohola. Okay, fine.
All right, okay, fine. Any cross-examinations? Mr. Mngomezulu?
Thank you, my lord. The documents that were discovered, I think it's PP, QQ, SS, and TT.
What's that?
And exhibits PP, QQ, SS, and TT that we received them today, and I request to consult with both accused in this
Okay.
30 minutes time.
Okay. Mr. Malone?
Well, they were actually discovered yesterday, not today, but we don't have a problem with the request.
Okay, so you want us to adjourn until tomorrow, sir?
Until tomorrow, man.
Every council wants us to adjourn?
Yes, my lord.
I have no objection to that. Thank you. No objection to an adjournment. Thank you.
It's an adjournment until tomorrow. Why don't you qualify it? You want us to adjourn permanently?
I have a suggestion before we finish this, that at least maybe if we can mark Exhibit NN, or maybe we can also take the one for the court just to mark the numbers because it's thick, my lord. The number of pages.
What's that?
Yes, indeed, my lord, if we can just borrow the court's
The one for the court, we can mark
exhibits
all
so
of
that
them.
we can. I don't think it's necessary to number them because the entries follow sequentially. Just to
Okay. Do whatever you want to do.
repackage them for the court. We'll do them in the presence of all counsel.
Yeah, because I'm not there and I was surprised of the contents. There mustn't be people who say, "Kunento ayifakile lapha lo judges." Because when you add whatever and you redact, as you say, I'm not there. So all of you must do the marking contemporaneously so that we don't have problems in that respect. Okay? We'll adjourn until 10 tomorrow.